Black.
Easy start. Petch, I thought you were going to say there was a 15% increase on my bill this morning because it was a public holiday here in Australia. I saw that on the, I saw that it is. I saw that on the menu. I saw that on the menu and I was like, what? I'm getting charged 15% extra just because it's a public holiday today?
They know you've got US dollars, Brad. That's what it is.
Can you imagine, Fitzy, an American complaining about the level of service he's getting charged on his bill? I mean, what have we got to already? I feel like I've dropped into the twilight zone.
It's only the first game. Pretty easy one so far for Medvedev.
Let for service.
We've seen him play a couple of matches here so far, and his serving rhythm has been off the charts. He's just so consistent, and also he plays quickly.
Savara guiding Medvedev beautifully through another major tournament. He's done a wonderful job, continues to do so with an unpredictable, volatile superstar. They all are, aren't they, Brad? You've worked with a few.
They can be.
I sat on the fence. Brad Stein for the first time in the tournament.
I mean, Jim's here in town, and he's still bigger than I am.
I thought you'd been lifting for the last 6 months.
I have. He's still bigger than I am.
Wow. Well, everyone has him as favourite, the Russian. The win predictor again. He's not, or she's not, scared of having a prediction, a bold one. This is what's going to be interesting tonight strategically, is how he serves. You watch Auger-Aliassime against Medvedev. Hasn't used the wide serve on the deuce as much as I feel he should to get him off the court. Has actually served down the tee on the ad a considerable amount as well, which seems strange. We'll get Brad's thoughts on that. That's the serve.
I mean, that's the, you know, when he stands back so far, which he does virtually against everybody. I mean, the only time we've seen him really change was the other day late in the match against Maxime Cressy, which I thought was smart. I thought he should have done that earlier to try and take the ball earlier and make Cressy have to volley from a little bit earlier position. But, I mean, the natural thought process is to serve wide when he stands so deep in the court so that you're opening the court.
13.
But I do think at times from that position he's capable of setting things up in the point, and I did see, and I'm good friends with them, that Mackenzie McDonald played him in Indian Wells, and his coach and he came up with a plan to serve a lot of balls to the middle, and they got a lot of returns that came right down the middle out of that, and I think it was actually a relatively effective play.
Let first service.
Felix obviously serves bigger than Mackenzie McDonald. Maxime Cressy serves bigger than most people, especially on the second serve.
Let first service.
We will see a massive contrast here in the amount of time it takes Felix to produce his first serve and the amount of time that it takes Daniil to produce his first serve. Daniil plays very quickly, gets the balls, goes to the line, goes into his motion. Felix will run the clock down to almost 0 on a very consistent basis before he tosses up his first serve.
And what a breath of fresh air it is to see someone play quicker.
15.
I think it's a beautiful thing.
I think you're 100% right, Fitz. I commentated on Felix's match with Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, and I commented during the match that, I mean, I'm sorry, but he was painfully slow during that match.
15.
Strong start, lots of first serves, and he's going to need them.
If he can serve at that level, he opened up with ace wide, ace T. The one rally that he got into, he lost. And one of the things that Medvedev does extremely well and quickly, Fitz, is that he gets through his service games. He plays quick. He doesn't give you time to think about what you want to do on the next point. He's so quick. And then, in general, with most players, he has the capability to turn their service games into baseline games. It's almost as if you're starting the point without having a serve because he neutralizes the serve.
Please. Please, ladies and gentlemen, not between first and second serve. Thank you.
Petch, did you see the match that they played at ATP Cup?
No.
Fitzy?
No.
Yeah, neither did I. We're all in the same boat. I'm just wondering.
I did look at Felix's serving in that match.
13-15.
And that was one of the reasons why I was just asking you. Very few sort of really good wide serves on the deuce. Absolutely no kickers on the second serve add to take him off the court.
Right.
They were all body forehand.
14-15.
I was wondering, based on that second point on the outside and where he took that return from, you know, what his return position was from that match. Because he was very aggressive right there on that second serve. Be interesting to see if he continues that and wants to stay in that position.
14, that's it. Game, Medvedev.
As Brad says, rapid holds from the Russian. It's 2-1, first set.
Medvedev leads 2-1.
Looks very comfortable being one of the best players in the world as well, doesn't he, Brad?
I mean, I think that we've seen such a progression with him in transition as he's gained experience. So we see his service motion.
Petch, I'm sitting down here at courtside. That noise that people were making between first and second serve annoyed Medvedev there, and he said he believes it's the same people, meaning I don't know whether he feels like it's a section of the crowd that was here earlier in the week that gave him a hard time, but he said maybe you need to think about moving them. So he's not happy with that small section, and fair enough too. I mean, they're yelling out between first and second serves. It's not right.
Time.
Quarterfinal for Felix Auger-Aliassime, of course. Quarters at Wimbledon, had a nice win over Zverev there, lost to Hubert Hurkacz. Semis at the US Open, he started to get a little bit more comfortable in these surroundings. Medvedev not quite so comfortable with some of the spectators, of course. It was pretty rowdy, certainly the night that he played Nick Kyrgios here, and he was just complaining to the umpire about a section of them or a couple of people that maybe
ready. Thank you.
shouldn't stay in the arena. We'll see what happens with that.
Thank you. Sit quickly behind the players. Thank you.
He's got to keep those beers from spill. You don't want to spill a drop of that. That's about $3 a spill. That's That's with the extra bit of tax that Brad was complaining about.
Love 15.
You know, I didn't mind paying the extra 15%, Petch. I just didn't know it was coming. I mean, I do understand the servers and everybody had to get out on a public holiday and work, so they deserve a little more.
All right, I'm tossing you a life jacket. I know you're drowning over there. No, that's the type of return Brad was talking about, making Felix's games just long, hard work.
Pretty good counter by Felix, nonetheless. Daniil, not going to miss that forehand out of the middle too often. He had that lined up right where he wanted to go. The court was open to that position. That's the kind of point he wants to be playing.
Felix's ball toss at times gets a long way in front of him. Look at where he kind of lands and then sort of squares up. He's well inside the baseline.
That's the one. That's the one that's given him trouble over the years, relatively consistently. And that one right there, from our vantage point, you could tell that that toss was not left at all. Most, you know, on a second serve, you want your toss a bit left. That toss was a fair amount right, and it just doesn't give him a chance to hit up at the ball very much. Can create more pace, but he can't create more safety. That kind of tennis, we will be in for one heck of a match.
30 on.
I tell you, if I was involved in that point and I'd actually won it, I'd think, yes, that's a point to me, but holy smoke, I have to do that every time?
Yes, you do against Medvedev. He is a moving wall. Terrific from Auger-Aliassime, though. Freddie Fontaine on the left of your picture. Still living down in the south of France, but spending so many weeks, obviously, with Felix on the road.
Two against all.
Did very well to keep him at bay there. Some quality returning. Medvedev just getting his teeth into the returns there.
I bet you it's good.
Great eyesight, Brad.
Thank you. Players are ready. Please. Please. Out. 15 left. Pause.
Fitzy, is it still pretty humid down there?
I would say yes.
13 left.
Not uncomfortable, I don't think, but yeah, there's some humidity in the air. It'll make them sweat a little more profusely, I think, than normal. Now, I just get the feeling here that I don't know if I'm imagining things, but Dano, I'm not sure, is feeling so much at home here. I think he's a bit not worried about the crowd, but a little wary of them. Yeah, Pat, sorry, and I really feel like he feels like he's the underdog here. He's got a look on his face to say, I'm not that happy really to be here. It's not going to affect his game, I don't think, but I think there's some memories of the other night, and there has been some comments here from the crowd that have been a tiny bit unsavoury.
14-15.
One of the reasons I ask is I just feel as though we've just watched Tsitsipas play one of the best match, well, the best match by a long way that he's played in the tournament. It's hot and humid today. I feel as though the felt on the ball is picking up a little bit of the moisture, and it's just a little heavier, and it allowed him to swing freely. I just wonder whether that's going to play into Auger-Aliassime's hands a little bit. He can lose control of the ball in matches when things are quite lively, and just maybe just being a bit heavy is going to help the Canadian. But so far, we're on serve. Titles for this man right now, and a very small support crew as well. His wife's not here. Oliver Van Lindhoek, his agent, just at the back there. Gilles Savara keeps it quite tight, doesn't he?
Yeah, he always has. I've commented when before he got to this lofty position in the game, he was kind of working his way up. I used to comment to he and Gilles how much I liked the fact that they were a two-man show. They were a two-man show for a long time. And you'd see him at the ATP events. Gilles would be doing all the fitness work with him. He'd be stretching him out. He'd be cooling him down after the matches. He'd be on the court doing all the work with him from that standpoint. And they were literally a two-man show.
Time.
There's a number of people still strolling outside, as you can see, but you can also see just back there behind the Melbourne CBD a little bit of a few darker clouds.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It may well rain, it may not, but thankfully with the roofs around Melbourne Park, play will be continuous for the most part. Right now the roof's open. Just giving Auger-Aliassime something to think about there with that backhand down the line, just making sure that the Canadian doesn't feel too comfortable just trading cross-court with him. Missed that one.
on display from the big man. That's one of the things that always stands out when you watch him at 6'6" is how well he moves, and he's so long on top of that. And his movement from deep in the backhand corner to that drop shot was impressive.
Brad, I'm not sure he drop shot it the right way there either. I think he should have gone further across court to the backhand wing if he's going to take that chance, not straight to the forehand. That's a good play. I like that a lot. If he gets a short ball on that point, he should go off with angle if possible, and then use his athleticism. Good stuff. He can go across court, but it's a lot better if he hits a cold winner across court than just using it as an approach shot.
Let first service.
Yeah, agreed, Fitz. It's just the geometry is not in your favor coming forward from that position.
But how effective was that off forehand? That was seriously good. You know, that I think has got to be predominantly his play if he gets a short ball.
$14, 15.
Did Medvedev cover there, and yet couldn't come away with the point. Auger-Aliassime magnificent in these early exchanges and serving at 81% and up 4 Ks on his average first serve speed as well.
Great read on that ball as well. The volley was pretty simple once it came forward, and Medvedev was so far off the court. Felix has been impressive so far from the back of the court. Gotten the better of a number of these exchanges. That weapon has shut him down a little bit as well. I do think it's very important, let's say more important, that Felix win this first set. If he doesn't, it certainly doesn't take him out of the match, but I think it's more important, given their history.
How effective is the slice against Medvedev, Brad?
I mean, I think it's good to change rhythm with him. I think it's good to change rhythm. Does he miss much off of the slice? No. Are you going to hurt him a lot off the slice? No. But is it good to just change the rhythm of the point? Absolutely. I think if you have the ability to slice, I think if you have the ability to slice a little bit short
14
and keep the ball
15.
down and still go through the court a little bit, that can be a good play because you can draw him up towards the baseline. He has to lift from there, and then you can penetrate the next ball back through the court.
Again, Medvedev. New balls, please.
It's a rapid start, isn't it? 7 games
Medvedev
gone,
leads
25
4
minutes
games.
on serve, 4-3, Medvedev. Unashamedly, both these two are players I love to watch, Medvedev very much so. He's a bit of a fan favourite for me at the moment, partly, as you say, Brad, because of the speed that he plays. I enjoy the tempo, I enjoy the different style of shots. And Felix, it's a fascinating prospect watching him trying to work out what his best game of tennis is as well. Obviously, Uncle Tony on board has given him a few pointers in terms of the fact that you're not always going to be able to play perfect tennis. You're going to kind of strive for it, but you're not always going to be able to reach it.
I saw some variations the other day. Like I said, I called the match against Davidovich Fokina, and it was one of the first times I ever saw him go deeper in the court to return serve. He's always been a very aggressive returner, standing up, taking a lot of risk, but in that match there was a number of key points where he went back and lifted balls heavily through the court on the return. I think that's definitely an effect of Uncle Tony. Fitz, did you ever drop deep for a return?
Are you kidding? I couldn't hit 3 ground strokes in a row. But I would take it and try to run in and bluff. Just chip it in deep, run in, pretend. These ground strokes that these guys hit are a different, from a different galaxy than obviously the era or 2 eras ago. But yeah, the racket head speed and the amount of times they can keep this ball in the court, hitting it at this speed, it's very impressive.
As is that. He's up, as I said, 4Ks, 208. That's some quick serving here from Auger-Aliassime. 82% of his first serves going in.
So that's the one I'm half talking about, guys. When he hooks it across there and runs in, he got away with that one because it was as near enough to a winner as he could, I guess, without it being a winner. But if he doesn't hit it quite that well and runs in, that's when he's in trouble. When Medvedev can run at that forehand, just be aware of that, is what I think.
He's up 7Ks on his average from last season with his first serve as well. So this has been the perfect start from the Canadian on his own service games. I'm very interested to know what you feel about that type of pace second serve against Medvedev from deep. He's always been a quick server. His season average last year was 169 Ks, was Auger-Aliassime. Is it beneficial against somebody that returns that deep to take that much risk with your second?
I mean, I would say no. There's no reason to take that much risk. I mean, he's not going to hit a winner most likely from that deep in the court. You can take a little bit of pace off, create more rotation, make sure that you're never double faulting. And then you play the score a little bit. If you're way ahead in the game and feeling good, up a break potentially, then maybe you try and do a little extra with a second serve here or there just to keep him honest.
This is perfect, isn't it? I mean, this is high quality stuff from Auger-Aliassime on serve.
4 games on.
Nothing between them right now. And the bottom line is when you go into any match, regardless of who you're playing, if you can hold serve, you're going to be competitive in the match. And he's holding comfortably so far. Is there some athleticism in this sport?
I think that's the best point I've seen all tournament. So good.
That was tennis decathlon. There were so many disciplines in that rally that you needed to be good at to be able to come out on top.
I'm still trying to process everything that happened in that point, honestly. That was astounding tennis.
This is some interesting stuff.
15,
He is so solid, and then we've been talking about the potency on serve that just doesn't allow Medvedev to chisel out any opportunities against the Canadian, and it is pressure being applied on the Russian here late on in the first set.
Attention.
I want you guys to ponder something for me. Who's served the best in this tournament so far? Because it seems like there's been an elevation in level of serving to me by quite a few players. I'm just keen to know who you think is serving the best.
This has been one of the best runs of games that we've had the pleasure of witnessing at this year's Australian Open. Tremendous. 5-4 Medvedev.
5 games to 4.
I mean, this guy for me rolls through his Berrettini.
Yeah, I got to go with Berrettini.
Yeah.
I think Berrettini's been unbelievable. You look at this point again. Daniil thought he had him beat on the little two-hander up the line. He didn't think Felix was going to recover and get to that one.
If you want to see yourself on the big screen, be nice and cover your face. Please wear your mask unless eating or drinking.
Time.
We've had some iconic pictures this year's tournament, and Felix Auger-Aliassime looking good there at the end of that quite wonderful rally that he came out on top in. But it was Medvedev who found some quality serving to keep him at bay. And it has been an amazing set. You look at the pace of shots, and one interesting thing particularly is Felix's forehand speed, 132 Ks for him. He's usually around 126, so he's up 6 Ks on his forehand, 4 Ks on his first serve. He's a little bit down on his backhand, but he's taken some sting out of Medvedev's forehand because he's usually up around 120. He's doing some damage out here, the 21-year-old.
And he's forcing Medvedev to absorb instead of being able to generate.
And Mark, you mentioned the humidity before, and is that affecting the ball? I can't visually see that these balls are bigger, are fluffing up more. But I'm just wondering whether they are helping these players keep the ball in, Aliassime particularly with his ground strokes, because he's thrashing the ball from the back of the court, and they're landing in easily, so they're not flying away, it seems. This humidity might be affecting the conditions slightly. Good for him.
So you can see why everyone got very excited with Auger-Aliassime as a teenager coming through, and why they still are right now. That is some beautiful repetitive hitting there, and it looks very repeatable tonight.
Out. 14-11.
Interesting if he keeps getting away with that delivery down the tee. It started to become pretty predictable there. He's almost at about 70% of them going down there, and his serve out wide isn't necessarily the most accurate. I just wonder whether, as this set draws to its conclusion, if Medvedev can hold on to his serve, or he'll start guessing.
Or reading.
Or reading.
When the percentage is that high, it's not really a guess. I'll tell you one thing I've been impressed with Felix so far also, Mark, is, you talked about the increased pace on his forehand, but he is working for forehands. He is finding forehands. And that was a wide serve to the forehand, and then on the second ball, he's hitting a forehand again. Just missed that one. I mean, he literally went from one side of the court to the other, backpedaling to find a forehand in that first ball.
Absorbed that pace of the first serve off the string bed beautifully there. Auger-Aliassime just pushed it at a perfect pace straight back to the Medvedev baseline.
Let. First service.
Heart-in-the-mouth stuff for Gilles Savara. You're never quite sure as that flips up where it's going initially. What a set.
That's the play that I think can take him to another level. If he uses that forehand off
30-14.
with that speed and then his athleticism, look out.
It's been quick to pounce on the second serve of Medvedev and drill that ball into the Russian's backhand. It's given him an advantage, and now a break point.
Left first service.
Absolutely extraordinary. What a shot. Break point down, 5-all in the first set.
And he finds that one.
Yeah, sorry, Brad. He'd missed a few of those, hadn't he? Early on, just by a whisker, and he had the courage of his own convictions on that biggest of points so far in this first set to hit it again. Awesome stuff. Hey, this is exciting. I tell you, sitting at courtside, I'd pay a lot of money for this seat. Can't believe I haven't paid anything, Pitch.
Well, let TA know that you're willing to pay. They'll take your money gratefully. Of a rally.
Was that pass going in, can I ask?
Couldn't tell the height. Couldn't tell the height fits from here, but I think it was going to be in width-wise. I'll tell you what, one of the things, we got so much stuff going on here within the points. Medvedev found 3 balls in a row to the backhand. He's not hurt while he's playing to the backhand there, but Felix is doing such a good job of hunting for forehands. Once he found the forehand in that point, he took control.
Yes.
Can we get some drama, please? Add a little extra drama. Doesn't get much better than this.
I think it's long, isn't it?
It's in.
It's in.
It's in. He made a mistake.
Wow.
I mean, it was there to volley. He just decided to let it go.
How costly will that prove to be for the second seed at this year's Australian Open?
Please.
So solid from Auger-Aliassime, and the Russian unraveled. He breaks 6-5.
Auger-Aliassime leads 6 games to 4.
Well, we talk about the Russian being relentless, attacking and making you have to work for your points, but it's been Auger-Aliassime that has been the epitome of that right now, Brad.
Absolutely. He's been so solid. I mean, he does have 11 unforced errors in this set to only 9 for Medvedev, but none of those 11 have really been at times that have hurt him at all. And when the pressure's been on, he's been engaged to a level that, honestly, I don't think I've seen him at before. Really impressive, and he is sharp from the back of the court.
Time.
Petchot, I've got a weather report.
Rain.
If you look at a radar just west of the city of Melbourne, there is rain everywhere, and it's getting dark down here. No spots of rain obviously yet, but they've got to be very wary, and I'm sure they are, about closing the roof here. This might turn into an indoor match, I'd say.
Who may that benefit or no, as we look up there, gun-metal sky. But the man with the real ammunition on court at the moment, Auger-Aliassime, serving for the opening set. And it won't be given to him.
The first hiccup that we've seen from him. It's amazing, isn't it? Just the nature of our game, trying to play from in front, trying to close out the set here. This is the first time early in a game that he's made any kind of mistakes whatsoever to give Medvedev a chance.
Wasn't a great first serve, if I'm being picky.
You're always picky, as you should be. These guys are the best in the world. You have to be picky. I don't think anybody's better. Maybe one or two guys than Daniil Medvedev at sensing these moments, recognizing that Felix is now all of a sudden a little bit tight, trying to close this out. Done from Auger-Aliassime, digging in on that point.
15-14.
Serve, it keeps Medvedev in the middle of the court. It's not much room. There's a lot of pressure on you to be so precise at that power range, and a break back for Medvedev, who along with Novak was the best on tour, of course, last year with the re-break. Djokovic at 34%, Medvedev at 33% of the time after having lost his serve, getting the break back.
It's amazing. Now Felix is going to have to regroup again after that. Played such a phenomenal game to break. And you obviously, all the momentum goes in his direction, and then just such a poor game behind it.
0.
Brad, as a coach, before I ask you, actually, I think it's going to rain, guys. I really do. I don't know if they can get through this tiebreaker, but nevertheless, the question for coach is, can you fix that, or can you improve that backhand slice of Felix's?
Of course.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, and I like it when players have areas where they can improve, because it means they haven't fully scratched the surface yet. I think he can improve that shot.
Felix really needed that to settle himself back in again. You just felt that the momentum had changed so much over the course of those last couple games, back and forth, and that Medvedev was the one that had really grabbed the momentum again going into the breaker.
8-1 on the season in tie breaks. Auger-Aliassime. That'll give him a bit of confidence.
Bounce.
I like that second serve. He didn't hit hardly any of those. In fact, he hit one in the ATP Cup out wide on the due side with his second. Kind of feel as though you've got to get Medvedev hurrying back to the middle, so you do open the inside behind him shot rather than just always going inside out.
Yeah, you actually create more options for sure by playing there. He has to cover so much court.
That's where his natural pace, Auger-Aliassime, that is on his second serve, does help him when he serves it wide on the due side, but he can off pace a little bit more down the middle. Few too many errors in the last game, and the start of this tiebreaker hurting his chances.
He threw that first ball toss way too low, way too far in front, and it didn't have a chance of going over the net. And the second one, I think he tried to rectify the second serve. That's a big error. Don't see that too often.
Let. First service. Let. First service. Bounce.
celebration time for Auger, and rightly so.
4-2.
Really impressive tennis there. Massive point. Trying to maintain again a little shift in momentum once Medvedev double faulted. Consolidates the mini break behind that forehand.
Been so impressive. There's magic in the air in Melbourne.
The defense. The crowd thought Felix had won the point, that's for sure. Medvedev had other plans.
Spellbinding.
Goodness gracious, we have had some poorly timed double faults from Medvedev. Break point down at 5-all. Two double faults now in the tiebreak.
Wasn't a big second as well. He doesn't mind rolling the dice on his second serve as well at times with big pace. That was just 141.
Felix got a stranglehold on this tiebreaker now.
6-3.
He's got to be able to close this out from here.
And it has been a gem of a set, and this just another diamond to add to the collection, shining here in the Melbourne evening.
Where do you want him to go, Mark? And where's he gonna go?
I'd like him to go wide. I feel he's going to go tee.
I would have guessed the same.
tennis from both players, but ultimately Auger-Aliassime and Canada are victorious.
7 games to 6.
"61 minutes of perfection."
And that was an amazing set of tennis to watch. Quality of the hitting, the drama at the end. It's really incredible.
Well, and just sometimes I feel as though the sport needs to figure out a way to sell itself a little bit better numerically. Visually, everybody could see just how attractive that match was, but you look at the numbers and maybe it doesn't tell you the story when you've got more unforced errors than winners, because that really wasn't what we were watching out there.
No, not at all. Not at all. The quality of the shot making was absolutely phenomenal. The drama comes as you get to the end of that set, and Felix is battling to get through that game to break, and then the psychology of trying to close the set out. Just watching that process.
Enjoy. Well, you didn't need 4K definition to watch that. You could have watched that on any television set and it still would have been very good looking. It was attractive, it was difficult, it had every type of skill set you need to be one of the best players in the world. Not just the shot making, but the physical battle as well, of course. And there you can see Auger-Aliassime doing substantially more work at the top of your screen.
Time.
Both players hitting the ball very hard on the hitting load. That's 100 kilometers an hour per shot. Big changes for Auger. Brad talked about getting his forehand into play more, working hard to get his forehand. That's why there's the intensity of changes. Sprints from both of them, of course, and not that far shy of a K run from Auger-Aliassime. Is it sustainable, Brad?
We're going to find out. We're going to find out. The question for me is, as you mentioned before, he's hitting his forehand bigger. I said he's finding more forehands. Can he continue at that work rate? And will he not allow himself to drop off? The other night we saw Taylor Fritz play Stefanos Tsitsipas, came out lighting the ball up on fire, but then wasn't able to sustain it. Whether he's trying to or not, it's a mental thing also. You're pushing yourself, especially with the adrenaline at the beginning of the match, and that's part of his game plan potentially, to play a little bit bigger. But as the match goes on, can he continue to maintain that? Stood out to me at the end of the set is that, forget about the double faults, those were obvious, but within the context of a number of rallies, I thought Daniil Medvedev looked a bit tentative. He had a couple of times where he had the points set up to hit a forehand up the line and come in, and he doesn't want to come in.
And I agree with you, and you can understand the mindset, because if you run the book on Felix, you kind of feel there's an error, maybe 3 or 4 shots down the road from that moment where he could have come in. It hasn't been there tonight.
Absolutely, absolutely. He's been, despite that stat with the numbers for the unforced errors, he's been rock solid under pressure. First best one we've seen. I mentioned it early. Frederick Fontang said that was going to be part of their game plan. He didn't do it in the first set. But you see right there, that's an easy close in first volley.
And even if you lose that point, Brad, it just puts another thought into the opposition's head when they're returning. Are you going to come in or are you not going to come in? It can affect the return.
Game. First game. Second set.
Well, again, continue with that stability. Something that we might see that's a little more unstable coming up here is the win predictor. Is it 72% to Medvedev in the opening set?
It started at 72% for Medvedev. I'm interested to see where it's at now. Look at that. We're almost at 50-50. I like it.
It's had a long, hard look at itself, that win predictor. And it's come up with some good numbers.
Felix had to get a set under his belt to be at 50-50. I did say, and I still do think, that winning that first set for Auger-Aliassime is a big, big, big difference. Only the second set that he's been able to win against Medvedev.
Yeah, it's been 7 straight, wasn't it, since he won the opening set back in 2018 in Toronto. That's why he doesn't want to come in if he doesn't hit it well enough.
Yeah, that was a poor choice. That's not a lot different than hitting your forehand across court and running in against a right-hander's forehand. I mean, that was straight into the hitting zone. That was asking for trouble.
It was also poor execution, Fitz. He pulled that backhand right into the middle of the court. It was an easy pass for Felix. He barely had to take 2 steps to get behind that ball.
This is really strange. It looks like that missed by a long way. That's so unusual for Medvedev.
Feel nervous right now. Definitely room for improvement on those 2 slices, Fitz.
Yeah. I mean, he's been so impressive tonight. He's really, well, he's always got your attention, Felix, because we all know he's going to be a wonderful, great player. But yeah, that's below the level of his other shots, that slice.
14-13.
Struggling to pick up winners here at the moment, isn't he? Just 2 off the forehand, 2 off the backhand, and obviously came into these quarterfinals with 46 backhand winners, substantially more than anybody else out of the players in the last 8, and he's just got a couple.
Felix has to be a little bit prepared also, because we have seen Medvedev before when he struggled with his serve, with his second serve at times. He kind of throws this, what the heck, I might as well just go after it because I'm not feeling the second serve anyway. That last one came in at 183. We've seen him almost go to virtually hitting 2 first serves at times.
Interestingly, since he's worked with Uncle Tony, he's actually shoved forward a little bit more in his second serve return. Auger-Aliassime, he's a little more blend, like you said. There'll be matches where you'll see him actually drop deep, but for the most part, he's actually gone closer to the baseline. Seeing more from that from Rafa these days as well. And he is suffocating the bounce of Medvedev's second serve here.
Let. Second service. Let. Second service.
You know, I feel like physically here, Felix is in good shape. I mean, he's not sweating much. Doesn't look quite as distraught physically as, well, Daniil's not distraught, but he looks like he's wearing a bit tougher, working a bit harder. Felix just looks like he's doing it in third gear. That's third gear out of 4 gears, mind you, not third gear out of 6.
Yes.
Was that your Volkswagen Beetle that had the 4 on the floor?
The Renault 4 in Europe with the gear stick coming out of the dashboard. They were the days.
It's his tractor parked up at home. This is worrying times if you're a Medvedev fan right now. That was a big second, as Brad's just pointed out. He does like to roll the dice. Did that unbelievably well in Cincinnati 2019 when he was just about to go down a set and a break to Novak Djokovic. Started dropping in faster serves than that. And managed to get himself out of trouble, kind of stuck with it through that summer.
And he's struggling in this game right now. Felix hasn't had to do a lot to keep him in this game.
Well, he's just not missing. And the question is there a time limit on it for Auger-Aliassime? Is there a moment that the dip comes? Is it going to be for a short period? Will it be long enough for Medvedev to capitalize? And can the Russian hang on for the time being, at least stay with him on serve? Because he may well be the second seed of this year's Australian Open, but he is very much playing second fiddle right now.
Yeah, he just looks a bit out of sorts. And that forehand looked loose.
Disheveled and not happy with this crowd. I mean, a facetious little clap on the racket face there. So there's a layover from the other night here in his head, and he doesn't deserve it, I don't think. But the crowd, and they're not doing anything wrong here tonight. I thought they did the other night, but he's just got it in the back of his mind. It's bothering him.
It's interesting, Fitz. He's, you know, we saw him in New York when he was getting booed by the crowd, and he actually used that energy to his benefit. He's got to find some way to create a better atmosphere within his own little aura that he has to play within out there.
15 left.
He almost looks a bit tired of it. You know, there's a look in his face thinking, oh, I don't want to deal with this again, you know?
He needs to bring the Dark Knight out right now.
Brad, I'll just repeat though, the crowd are not doing anything wrong tonight. They're fair. There's a slight, I'd say, favoritism for Aliassime, but it's a fair, you know, favoritism for one of the players over the other. But they're not doing anything untoward. It's just remnants, I think, of a few nights ago.
I think the conditions have really hurt Medvedev. I think the humidity has stopped the ball going through the court.
13,
and I
15.
feel as though on the flip side of that for Auger-Aliassime, what was going to make winning possible tonight was also going to make it dangerous, because he had to get after it. He had to swing hard at the ball, and we've shown you how much pace has gone into his shots, higher than average, but it stayed in the court.
Petch, I think you're right, and you brought this up earlier. You touched on it before. I certainly thought of it, but it is a little bit heavier. He's swinging harder and keeping the ball in, probably because of it, more often. And it hasn't allowed Medvedev, or it seems like he can't hit through the court as much in these conditions. Can't finish the point off enough.
He's unplayable at the moment, untouchable, flawless from Auger-Aliassime. 3-love.
Auger-Aliassime leads 3 games to 0.
Not the only one that's been flawless tonight, Fitzy, although there is one thing that maybe you haven't quite hit nail on the head yet, is the weather. Where's this rain?
Petch, have you seen have you seen the meteorology here? I mean, there is a huge cloud hanging over the west of the city, and it just hasn't moved. I think it's just stationary at the moment, but there is serious rain in that. There has to be.
I just want you to be on point here, Fitzy.
Well, I think you've nailed it with the humidity affecting Daniil. It seems to be. And my question now is this Felix's big breakthrough night?
Time.
Well, from a visual perspective, that is a very distinctive look, isn't it? Back over to the city, overhead looks as though we may get some of the rain that has been forecast, but it's been raining winners, unfortunately, for Daniil Medvedev on his side of the court. And so far, he just hasn't had any real defense against the excellence from his younger opponent.
Thank you.
Three love, Auger-Aliassime.
Alex.
15 left.
Yeah, he just looks like he's taking zero joy in anything that's going on out here right now.
Yeah, he's not happy. He's got new balls here, though. They'll go faster through the air. That might help him.
Balls.
Up to 5 double faults now. Fitz, was that had he forgotten that there were new balls this game?
I didn't see him show them at the start of the game. Maybe he did.
He just went and changed rackets in the middle of the game, I think, because he forgot.
Well, yeah, and they change it. The ball
Right.
change, don't they? So that he wanted a tighter racket. So his mind is a little bit scattered, if that's the case.
And you can see that one skipping through, staying lower, and that just makes it a little tougher for Felix Auger-Aliassime. He's got the benefit of that for a couple of games while these balls just kind of bed in. Just looking at the numbers, Medvedev's been hitting basically a ground stroke winner every sort of 10 points to get through to this stage. It's pretty much every 25 points tonight that he's been able to hit a ground stroke winner. That's a substantial difference, and I'm sure that's frustrating him as well.
I mean, those are amazing numbers for where we're at in the match already. 2 forehand, 2 backhand. He has a total of 13, but those others are off of serves.
Talk about amazing. That was pretty amazing from Medvedev on the run.
Absolutely, and he did allow himself and let himself celebrate a little bit after this point. Little racket shake.
Medvedev's mind's a little scrambled at the moment. One thing's for sure, this man's is crystal clear. Again, great execution, but the clarity was there.
And I think it's 2 serving volleys, 2 very successful serving volleys. Build some confidence with that play.
You look in his face, Felix, here, and he has no doubt that he can win this. He looks very comfortable, not stressed, not anxious about being ahead and staying ahead, just very comfortable, I'd say.
well placed, and partly due to his well placed serves as well tonight. 4-1, second set.
Auger-Aliassime leads 4-1.
I haven't seen him play better.
Nor I.
I'm trying to think of the matches I've watched him play. I haven't seen him play better than this.
No, he's been incredibly impressive so far. He's been the more offensive player. He's executed, other than the game serving for the first set, where he obviously got a little bit tight. But other than that, he has clearly been the better player tonight so far.
Time.
Well, the Russian trying to track down some of the history made by Margaret and Yevgeny Kafelnikov over the years in terms of how deep they've gone into tournaments. Auger-Aliassime looking to get through to his second consecutive semi-final of a major as well. He'll be trying to track down a couple of other famous Australians as well. Milos Raonic, who's made 3 Grand Slam semi-finals. Eugenie Bouchard also managed that as well, of course.
That may have been a bit overplayed.
Yeah, but I find that interesting, Brad. I mean, I don't mind it. It's probably a bit overplayed, but imagine if he'd made that. What sort of a statement that would have been.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a slow second serve either. It was 160 Ks. He saw that very quickly.
I think that's shot selection of a guy who's very comfortable right now. Also, break ahead. Your opponent's serving at 1-4. Get a second serve on the first point. See if you can jump all over him and get a quick lead in the game. Not a bad play to take a little bit extra risk on.
There's the doubling down on the second serve that we see from Medvedev at times. No real risk there at 40 love. Dials one into the corner. Here's a stat that I don't think any of us would have predicted before the match.
Definitely not. And impressive. Felix rising to the occasion. What do you think of that movement, Fitz? Towards the baseline when the ball's not in play.
That was pretty funny, actually.
It was. We were laughing.
I think that's the first time I've seen that. He's a character, isn't he?
It's unreal. He sees the game differently. And thankfully for all of us that he does see it differently.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's interesting that he did fire back there the way he did, because obviously it was one of the great mid-match changes that he made in the final of the US Open against Rafa in 2019, down a set and a break. He started coming in consistently. You talked right at the start of the match and yesterday, Brad, perfectly about making yourself try and feel comfortable in uncomfortable situations. He did that against Rafa, and he almost turned that US Open final around. I saw him serve and volley on a second serve against Dominic Thiem in the final of the ATP in London, and he turned the match around, salvaged the point with Thiem up looking for an early break in the second. But unquestionably tonight, he has been very unwilling to come in. Now, I wonder whether that's just the pace of ball from Auger-Aliassime.
Yeah, it's hard to explain exactly. I mean, the ones that you and I saw in the first set, he just looked tentative.
And this man looks tenacious and terrific in equal measure. 5-2, second set.
He leads 5 games to 2.
Because unless Medvedev's playing the long game here, where he thinks if he can run the clock and stay at least in this third set, if Felix closes out here to 2 hours, that there's going to be a drop in form. He is going to, the Russian that is, have to do something different, because Felix is running riot out here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a big part of it is, look, the double faults in the first set, so untimely and unexpected for Medvedev. But those really crushed him. He double faulted on break point to go down 5-6, then basically given the game back to get to 6-all, and then double faults twice in the tiebreak.
Time.
We're watching the higher ranked player, the current US Open champion, being outplayed by the 21-year-old Canadian. 21 years old, but he almost feels like a veteran. We've been talking about Felix Auger-Aliassime for so long.
And he's been good for so long. He's been in the mix.
You know, guys, I've viewed this Australian Open as a pretty exciting one. I mean, there's a lot of new faces breaking through. We've talked about the big three for so long, and yet here we are on the verge of a group of new young players who are fresh-faced. We're seeing how athletic they are, what sort of characters they have, and of course how good at tennis players they are. And it's so refreshing. I'm loving this stuff.
Yeah, the original Next Gen had the suggestion of greatness around them, but it just never really morphed into that, did it? And, you know, credit again to the big four that Manen, Stan and Del Potro managed to wrestle a few away from them. But their consistency and talent and obsession to be the best was just greater than theirs. Felix Auger-Aliassime, he is in heaven right now.
Just feeling it, just feeling it. And with this position, he's got the freedom to play with complete confidence. Take a little bit of risk.
Brad, sorry, I can feel the rain. That will change the perspective of this match, you'd think. Roof not closing yet. Normally they have it on the way if they think there's going to be a solid shower, but it's definitely raining.
First service. Let. First service.
Now that's athleticism right there. Wow. You got to love that. And the roof is closing, gentlemen.
Well, I tell you what, he would have almost touched it here, Felix, had it been shut. I mean, that was a ludicrous leap. And to keep control of the overhead as well.
Yeah, the angle on the overhead from that position was craziness.
Auger-Aliassime leads 5 games to 3.
And just what John Fitzgerald was saying, as that roof just gently and slowly and silently closes. It won't be silent in another few moments, though, where this man can step up to the line to close out this service game. He has hit that serve very well tonight. Great accuracy.
Too good at the moment. Stepping it up again. Obviously looking much more comfortable than in that game that he served for the first set. Set in the pocket. Early break here in this set. Holding all the way through this set. Big statements. Great play, great time, great execution. Love 30, serve and volley. Comfortable point to serve and volley on. Even if he loses the point there, it's not that big a deal, but still keeping Medvedev honest.
Triple set point. Two down, one to go for Auger-Aliassime to make the semi-finals of the Australian Open. You want to know what rock solid looks like with an opportunity right in front of you? That's exactly what it looks like. The perfect hold of serve. And we keep saying it, but it has been the perfect night so far for Auger-Aliassime.
Yeah, that was such a well-played game, serving that set out. That's what you want to see. Step it up, courage, confidence. Allow your body to take over and do what it's capable of doing.
Those stats, I do think, tell a fairly true story of what was going on in that second set. I still feel some of Auger's unforced errors are a little high, but how hard he's hitting the ball and what you need to do to get through the defenses of the man that he's playing against tonight, who moves about as well as anyone on a tennis court.
And Daniil Medvedev at a -7, 11 unforced errors versus 4 winners speaks volumes to where he's at.
Medvedev, as ever, the ultimate quizmaster on a tennis court, posing the questions. Even in a very unusual way, but it has been Auger-Aliassime that's had absolutely all the answers. His attitude and execution absolutely on point. And the question is now, where does Medvedev go from here? Because it feels, Brad, as though it's not really, unless it's an out-and-out attack of the net with serve and volley, I don't see how he wins this match unless Auger-Aliassime starts playing worse.
Yeah, I think there's two things there. I mean, I don't disagree that he has to be able to put a little bit more pressure on him, but I think that pressure comes ultimately from the back of the court from Medvedev. He hasn't been sharp, or as sharp as we're used to seeing him from the back. He hasn't won the majority of the rallies that have been extended at all, and that's surprising, I think. You know, and he's got to find a way to raise the level of his game right now. If he continues to play at the same level that he's at, and Felix maintains this level, he's going to lose this match.
Well, the changes, high intensity changes, were the same for Auger-Aliassime, and again looking to get that forehand into play. Medvedev once again the one that was trying to throw something down there. Slams in recent times. Novak last year at the US Open. Rafa here, of course, in the semi-finals, but it's a 21-year-old who has really illuminated the evening in Melbourne so far.
Pecha, you know, he looks fresh too to me. And look, we often talk about 5 sets and the peaks and valleys in 5 sets. Medvedev has to hope and believe that things will change over time. You know, we've been going now an hour and 43 minutes. You know, when we get into the 4th hour, things can be very different than now. So he's got to hang in there in the first part of this 3rd set. Hope that he can stay with Aliassime and he can sneak 1 set, because if he can sneak this 3rd, things can, they may not, but they can absolutely change. So, but I agree with Brad, if Aliassime can maintain the level in this 3rd set all the way to the finish line in this 3rd set, gee, it's going to be hard to beat.
Medvedev to serve.
That's why I think it's also helped from, and I don't want to take anything away from Frederic Fontaine, but that looks like a disciplined approach on the 2nd serve return. He's gone cross-court fast every time, found the backhand of Medvedev. It doesn't, sometimes when I've watched him play, I feel as though he makes the return up almost as the ball's on him.
Yeah, I think he looks more disciplined. He looks more disciplined. I think that's the simple, whether that's the Uncle Tony effect or a little bit more maturity just being in this position, but having seen him play plenty of times before, there was more of a feeling that he was willing to pull the trigger on balls from positions that weren't always ideal, trying to make the spectacular rather than the disciplined choice.
14-15.
Not overplaying the return. We showed you those stats. Auger-Aliassime making more returns than Medvedev.
That's just extremely good tennis.
Yeah, that was the right choice, wasn't it, Brad? He had that. He had to create the angle with that ball. That was his best option, and he chose it. He's impressive tonight. And what a mover he is.
Advantage, Medvedev. Yes. Medvedev.
So, fellas, I did get the weather forecast wrong, I admit it.
First
I
game.
thought it was coming over.
set.
It started to spit with rain 10 minutes ago, just before the end of that second set. But what I have noticed now, and maybe I've lost all my credibility, Petch, but what I've noticed is
So that'd be you assuming you've got some though, Fitz.
it's cooled down a little bit. So we talked about the humidity and how that probably helped Aliassime here, because he could hit the ball as hard as he wanted and it felt like it stayed in. That game he missed a few.
Yeah, I was fascinated to see if the roof had actually shut, what was going to happen to the conditions and everything else.
Yeah, so he either wants the roof open, he just said to Wayne McEwen,
Yep.
the referee, or closed, I think.
Yeah, I think it's fair, isn't it?
Not half open.
I mean, visually, when you throw the ball up, it's off-putting.
I think they sometimes do this though, Mark, because they are worried about the rain coming, and if they leave it wide open, if it does start to rain, it really costs them a lot of time to dry the court. So they sort of semi-close it so that they can get it closed quickly and there won't be much of an interruption. That's their reasoning, I think.
Yeah, the gap, I guess, buys them the luxury of being able to pull it all the way back. If they do shut it, obviously the roof's got to stay shut no matter what from that moment on.
Which I honestly also don't understand.
Yeah.
If you can shut the roof mid-match, why can't you reopen it if the sky's clear?
Tennis and logic.
It is an outdoor tournament, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the Rafa Novak semi at Wimbledon was the one, wasn't it? When they came back the next day and they had to keep the roof shut on a on a summer's day in London. You don't get too many of those either.
Makes no sense whatsoever.
13-15.
Keep telling you, Petch, they just got to put us in charge.
Let's see them doing it.
Fitz can be your assistant.
Well, his reputation surrounding his serve was maybe just not really off base, but maybe just a little incomplete, because tonight it's certainly been the strongest I've seen in terms of his accuracy on serve. We've seen very few moments where there's been frailty on his second serve. Oh, he's got all the answers. Medvedev trying to go round him. Sharp angles. And yet Auger-Aliassime so quickly onto it. What a response from him. Defending his second serve so beautifully.
I do think, Petch, that I mentioned it before, that Medvedev just has to execute better within his own game right now. He's just not. He's not the better player from the back, which is what we would have expected. He has to be willing to dig in mentally, emotionally, physically, start fighting for every single ball, and start locking it in to where he is not making unforced errors. might be too good or good enough based on that point.
Was that a little moonwalk after that smash? He started to strut back there, as we all would pitch after that. It was spectacular. That was like a mixture of Yannick Noah and Pete Sampras all wrapped into one.
13
Good
minutes.
description. Just to the left of Medvedev at the moment, there's just a little bit of a problem. Somebody just fallen unwell. Hopefully nothing too serious. Just
13.
possibly going to distract the players, who certainly this man here needs to be with absolute focus. His stay in the Australian Open draw is looking a little fragile right now. Even more so after that brilliant return from the Canadian.
13, 14.
There's a rare moment for Medvedev. He just adds another winner to the collection. We've been talking about how scarce they've been. And that's still just 3 forehand winners for the Russian.
Incredible play down break points. Picked it, he just couldn't control it.
Strong hold, desperately needed. Well accomplished by Medvedev, 2-1.
Medvedev leads 2 games to 1.
Well, it needed all of his extraordinary skill to save that particular service game. Line hunter of a forehand, and thankfully that gentleman there, who is being kindly escorted out of the stadium, looks well enough to leave and hopefully get better soon. A moment of crisis averted for Medvedev down the break point. And as that begin the long, hard journey to hunt down Auger-Aliassime.
Time.
Wayne McEwen, who's being asked by Medvedev to make a decision on the roof so far. As you can see, 9:45 at night here in Melbourne, just over a couple of hours gone. And the Russian desperate to find a way back into it. He's a big student of the game. He's got a lot of skill. He's been hugely successful over the last couple of years. Will it be enough for him to mount some sort of recovery? Might need a little helping hand from this man, from what we've witnessed so far tonight.
15-11.
Great serve. You certainly can't, based on what we've seen so far, and at over 2 hours into the match, you can't assume that Felix Auger-Aliassime is going to drop in level. You hope he does if you're Medvedev, but he's maintained this level.
Lent. First service. Bounce.
Well, he's protected his second serve extremely well tonight. Again, an area we thought that Medvedev maybe had a chisel into, but look at that. Previous rounds, 54%. That's a nice, healthy number on its own. Tonight, 71% of his second serves he's managed to defend.
And was I seeing things, or did Daniil Medvedev take that return extremely early?
You weren't seeing things.
Talked about making some changes, Petch, and doing things a little bit differently. That second serve return on the ad side, he took the return extremely early. That's something that we normally do not see him do. And even the deuce side point, I thought he was closer. He wasn't close, but he was closer than what we're used to seeing him, which is normally in the next county.
Yeah, he's moved up for that as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was definitely closer there. Felix coming in at 178 Ks on that serve, and to the forehand, which I don't think Medvedev was looking for as much.
That's a whole different rhythm for Medvedev if he's going to stand up and try and get hold of these returns. And that's the quickest second serve of the night from Auger-Aliassime at 181 Ks as well. And obviously, as he's moved up, he's gone bigger with his second serve to take even more time away from Medvedev. He's squared up to the challenge tonight, has Auger-Aliassime. Faced it, stared Medvedev down. Sensational rally.
Definitely doing something different right now, that's for sure. Maybe not doing it extremely well. But won the point nonetheless, giving him a different look. Is that a sign of desperation or a sign of intelligence that you're adjusting to do something a little bit different?
Great. I don't think he's desperate yet. I mean, it's early in the third. He's still right there in this set, and the conditions are a little bit quicker, I think. A bit cooler. Certainly a sign that he's trying something different to change the rhythm a little bit.
14.
There's definitely life in this contest. Anyone that's watched Medvedev play, anyone that's tracked his journey, anyone knows how competitive he is, overly competitive at times in the juniors and in his pro career, will understand how much the fire is burning within him.
Yeah, exactly.
It's 3-2 to the Russian in the third.
Medvedev leads 3 games to 2.
I still think he wins from here.
What's the win predictor say?
It gave him a 4% chance.
4%?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
No, 4% is ridiculous. I'm putting my hand up for ridiculous there. It wasn't. I didn't see that 4%. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I didn't see it either, Fitz.
No.
I missed that when it came up. 4%.
I'm not risking $96 to win 4.
There we go, 7%.
We're up to 7%.
Okay.
After that last game, we've infused it with a bit of confidence that the comeback could come.
I mean, he's on serve in the third set here. If he wins this set,
Time.
what's the win predictor? What's your win predictor say, Fitz, if he wins this set?
40%.
Yeah.
Brad, I'm not sure if that question was me. I couldn't hear it, but I think what changes this match, or potentially changes, is one break of serve here. So if I was sitting in the Aliassime camp, I would not be getting overconfident yet by a long shot.
Not against the man that won more matches last year than anybody else.
That shot has not been there for him tonight. He's tried the forehand down the line 5 times, 6 times, and has not executed on it at all.
Missed it badly in the first game, didn't he?
Yeah.
Left first service.
Medvedev, of course, playing against history more than anything else this tournament. He is trying to become the first man in the Open era to win his 2nd Grand Slam, having at the next event, having won his last one, of course, in New York. Never happened before in the Open era. Murray got the closest here in Australia 2013, having won in New York in 2012.
It's not the kind of error that we're used to seeing from Daniil Medvedev. I think you and I are both a little dumbfounded looking at that, like not sure what to say on the commentary almost in relationship to that kind of an error from a ball or a serve like that.
Well, one thing I think is that he's usually so good at returning through the middle deep. And Auger-Aliassime's forehand after his serve has been so dominant. I got the sense there he was trying to get some angle to try and get Auger on the run.
Just spread it out a little bit more. He's returned now to the deeper return position, his comfort zone a little bit.
Three games on.
His reputation is still part of his armor. He has that at least.
just too good. I mean, it's the depth.
Love 15.
The inside in was open, but didn't just go inside in. He went inside in and hit the baseline. Huge response on that point from Medvedev.
Was that the right approach, Brad?
I was going to ask you, Fitz, since you brought it up earlier.
Yeah.
Tough from that. I don't like it from that inside-in position. I think everybody in the game has that running forehand cross on the pass nowadays. But he was a little bit further left there. I think it would have been hard for him to take it inside out from that position.
Possibly.
14 to 10.
It's a type of shot, though, that just gives you that sort of bit of inspiration to keep you believing. Carry that hope through to the changeover that things could change round. Drop your head can become incredibly complicated, but that isn't the case with the Russian fighting valiantly here. 4-3 in the third. Of which these players move these days, the physicality of the contest, not always easy to see on your TV screens at times, but it's there, it's real, and that's been one of the most impressive things perhaps from Auger-Aliassime's performance here. Even with all that physicality that's needed to play against Medvedev, he has absolutely redlined it all the way through. Medvedev's brain whirling around, trying to find the correct algorithm in that mathematical mind of his that can somehow unlock the key that he needs to somehow dismantling this wonderful performance from his opponent. A miracle of a performance so far from Auger-Aliassime. Whichever way you look at it, it has been perfect. Can he continue to show us everything he has? Little move from Daniil. Did he get a read on the serve? Was it just an educated guess? Whatever it was a good one.
I feel like there's just a little bit more life in Medvedev's step right now. He's picked up his pacing coming out of the changeover. His walk to the back of the court was a little bit more energized.
Complaining about the forehand, isn't he? But yeah, when he... Sorry, guys. not sure whether that was referring to rain. There is rain spots again, slight, guys. Now, Medvedev was pumping his fist last game when he held serve, and I think there is a change in his body language, except when he misses a forehand, which he has done a lot tonight. It's that part of his game is still frustrating him, but I think mentally he's still right here.
Brave overhead from Auger-Aliassime, taking that ball out of the air.
The full repertoire, I'm loving it, Brad. You know, this is how tennis was meant to be played, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's showing off his skills as an all-court player.
That landed softer than Brad on his mattress tonight.
I'm gonna fall.
That's a human starfish I'm thinking of.
Fitz, how long do you think Petch was thinking about that? He was putting that together.
Oh, he comes up with a fair bit, Petch. He's got a few in his repertoire too. But this is impressive. Gee, this tennis is good. It's exciting to watch. It's all court. And so far, he's maintaining the range. Felix, he's not far away at 4-all.
It's not far at all. Massive game here now. Daniil's been directing traffic with the ball kids for a while, but he does this on a regular basis. He likes for each of the ball kids in the back and each end, each side of him, to have 2 balls each at the same time that he has the 2 balls. So the balls are evenly spread, and he directs traffic to make sure they get in the right places.
Please.
He's thinking clearly too, isn't he, Felix?
He is absolutely Fitz.
Big moment coming here.
Big moment, second serve after that error on the first point. Knew he wanted to put pressure on him there.
Touch it.
Does he attack it again? Disciplined on the return again. Petch, you mentioned it before, the backhand from that side, cross court almost every time. Just a little short on that one. Got caught up inside the baseline.
This is why it's so hard to win over 5 sets against a great player. You start thinking about it at love 30 a little bit, and Medvedev showing fighting qualities here. This is great stuff.
Medvedev holds on, but he got a big helping hand there from Auger-Aliassime.
5 games to 4.
5-4, Medvedev.
Can you ask if the right
So if you see Felix at the change of ends right now, he's showing frustration. He saw that as a major opportunity. He could see the finish line right there in front of him. Medvedev makes a stand, plays a couple of good points. Felix misses one ball and he walks to the edge of the box. And the first time all match, I think I've seen a bit of negative body language. He feels like that was an opportunity missed. He's lost something there.
From love 30, it seemed that he pressed a little bit there. Just threw in some unforced errors. It's the first time we've seen that since the game at 5-6, 6-5 in the first set.
Time.
The first opportunity perhaps tonight that's sort of come and gone for Auger-Aliassime. He reacted well to a little bit of adversity in the opening set where he couldn't serve it out, and then did so well through the tiebreaker to take it, and from then on in he has not looked back. But that was an opportunity that presented itself in the last game. Faltered. Can Medvedev take advantage? He's done well there to collect that on the way up, wondering whether maybe it was going to go out.
Played that ball on the rise as well, taking a little extra risk there. Huge point. They're all pretty huge right now in this game.
Balls in court might be good enough here for Daniil Medvedev. Great depth on the return, neutralised the serve. And he's got that glint back in his eye.
Done well there, Auger-Aliassime. Not an easy volley on that second one. Could have probably done better with the forehand volley, but he made up for it on that backhand. Tense moments right now.
Could he not have slid it round the post? Wasn't quite wide enough.
I don't think it was wide enough.
40-30.
Talk about being fortunate.
Thought Medvedev did well just to get to that ball and make a play on it.
Fantastic. Well played. Fortune favours the brave, they say, and he has certainly been courageous tonight.
I bet that win predictor was rubber banding there a little bit too.
Both players holding their nerve in those last two games. Medvedev's turn again to see if he can hold his nerve through this one.
And how thick is the veneer of self-confidence that Auger-Aliassime seems to have tonight as well. Oh, and a luminous bit of skill this time from Daniil Medvedev.
13-love.
Almost as nice a half volley as Auger-Aliassime's from a couple of games ago. Good deep return by Auger-Aliassime.
Significance in these points, and there is significance in what he has done tonight, and some of the nuanced changes from Auger-Aliassime have paid dividends. Look at that from the ATP Cup, that heavy loss. First serve return, he's gone down. How many has he made tonight? He's barely missed one off that forehand side. 7K drop on that side, but when he's got a second serve, he's tried to impose himself with that discipline that we've seen.
He was on that. That was a big miss there. After you just presented all that information, wasn't that he tried to play it with a lot more speed.
Medvedev holding firm, keeping belief for his fans and himself, more importantly, at 6-5 in the third. Well, let's just take a look back at a bit of good luck that Auger had in that last service game of his. It was looking interesting. Medvedev, who likes to play with his backhand out of that corner. Oh, Brad doesn't think he could have gone round it. I think Fitzy would have squeezed that round the net post with his hand skill.
Fitzy wouldn't have gotten to that.
He's right there. He only needed to go 3 steps.
I mean, he may have been able to reach the very back of the court. He would have had to send it a long way.
Maybe he was chasing a unicorn, because that's pretty much what it's felt like tonight anyway. Every match that we've had on this court has seemingly just given us something. Doesn't always mean it's gone the distance, doesn't always mean it's turned out the way that people expected it to, but it's had drama, it's had intrigue, and this one still feels as though it's got a lot more in it. The next 10 minutes will decide that. Medvedev, who's been so difficult to dislodge from Grand Slam draws for a while now, is on the precipice.
What a start. Fastball down the middle. You just feel Medvedev slowly imposing himself more in the points. He either wasn't hitting the ball with as much pace or he wasn't taking quite as much risk earlier. Now he's starting to execute on both. The depth from his depth on the return. That one was unbelievable, but that's what we've come to expect from him from the return position.
I'd like to dwell on that return a fraction longer. Incredible.
He's taken the handbrake off.
From that depth to hit into the opposing baseline. My goodness, this guy's overhead, by the way.
That is courageous. That is not an easy overhead. Pretty low trajectory. You're coming forward to start with out of the serve. That, man.
Let for service.
Felix Auger-Aliassime has been really impressive. I'm watching that game and I have this feeling of how Medvedev so often under those circumstances finds a way to get back to deuce, fight, make the other guy work through that game, find a little bit of pressure. Maybe he doesn't break, but Felix gets to 30 all. Bam, first serve, bam, first serve. Closes him out with confidence. That's the first really errant ball we've seen for a while.
Dare I say it, light rain again.
little more than light. We can see it on our TV screens now.
It seems to...
Wait, Daniil, we wait.
I think you're going to have to wait here, Fitzy.
It seems to like the tiebreakers.
Guys, can we start closing the roof, please, as quick as possible?
Put the turbochargers on.
So you heard the umpire there, guys, did you?
Yes.
Yeah. Close the roof as soon as possible.
Yeah, this is why they shut it originally, to get it as close as possible, because this is now going to take a bit of time.
Yeah, and it is wider now, exactly the reason. So they're stopping. There will be more water on the court because the roof is wider, but it hasn't started closing yet, so they need to hurry.
Wow, what a moment for it to stop as well. We are, all of us, I'm sure, holding our breath, wondering whether this man can continue.
Roof closing now, guys.
Yeah, continue the form that he's shown for the last 2 hours and 40 minutes. This has been immaculate from Felix Auger-Aliassime. He's still only 21, and yet you feel like the last couple of years he was serving his apprenticeship. Tonight feels as though, even though I know he made the US Open semi-finals, tonight really feels as though this is the transformation from potential Grand Slam champion into possibly winning it here if he can get past Medvedev. But if he doesn't get past him in this tiebreaker, he's got a long evening ahead of him.
This is the beauty of live sport. We still have no idea what's going to happen, which direction this tiebreak takes us.
You'll never feel more alive than playing sport, ever. Invested in it, watching it, playing it, wanting to know the outcome. If you support this man, Russian Sportsperson of the Year, well, you'll be on the edge of your seats, off your seats. Maybe some of you tonight have been behind your seats worrying for him. This man, you would have been applauding him. The adoration has been long for Felix Auger-Aliassime. Tonight he looks, and as he has done over the last 6 months, as though he is delivering on all of that promise and potential. And what a stage to deliver on as well. One of the greatest players that ever picked up a tennis racket, Rod Laver, to have a stadium named after him. And you produce the match of your life so far. The infrastructure around Melbourne Park has been heavily invested in over the last number of years. A tribute to everybody involved in that. Tennis Australia, the state government, the vision that the people have had for this particular tournament, the growth of the Australian Open. And on a night like tonight, with a match as finely balanced as that, we're thankful that everything is in place for this match to continue fairly shortly. Does this help anyone, Brad, in your mind, this little pause here?
I was just mulling over in my head how this changes the effect. We talked earlier about how it was quite humid at the start of the match, and felt that was changing the flight of the ball slightly in an advantage for Felix, giving him the freedom to swing out at the ball a little bit more. And then after we had that, the clouds came over and they started to close the roof originally. Fitz mentioned that it was cooling down a little bit, the humidity kind of going out of the air, and that it might potentially bring the pace back up and make it a little harder for him to control things again. I think with the roof closed, they also start to pump a little bit of cool air in here and bring the temperature down just a little bit, so it's nice and cozy for everybody. And all of that has the potential to have the slightest effect on the flight of the ball again. Maybe just creating a little bit of an advantage for Medvedev. Tiny bit.
Yep.
I mean, it's such a small margin.
And you, Fitzy, where are you falling in this discussion?
I think Medvedev had a tiny bit of momentum there, but Yeah, I see it both ways, because Felix, he definitely wanted to finish it in the same conditions he'd been playing in, I'm sure. But I don't know how this closed roof is going to affect it. I mean, I think it's just whoever comes out firing. I mean, this is a crapshoot now. But if Medvedev wins this set, it is game on. Game on. And Felix knows it. He needs to concentrate and try to finish it. But he's going to have to play to the same level he's been at to do it, I think.
Some of the highlights, the many highlights from this contest between these two so far. The fourth time they've met together. This was one of the more bizarre moments as Medvedev tries to put him off, make him second guess. But up until this point, Felix's decision-making had been absolutely on point. There is plenty of terrain to gain still, though, for Medvedev in this match, and he still has the potential to do so. And if you're Auger-Aliassime, you do not want to open this particular Pandora's box either. It causes a lot of complicated problems the moment you do. He's kept it shut for 2 hours and 44 minutes. Can Auger-Aliassime spring the surprise? Or will it be Medvedev with his first serve and volley?
Who throws in the surprise?
Medvedev.
What a play.
You cannot say he's not an interesting tennis player. That was such good play right there. First point.
I think he mulled over that serve and volley play while he went to the bathroom and came back and was deciding in his head, okay, I'm serving volleying the first point.
But it makes sense, doesn't it? You kind of feel as though your opponent's trying to chisel one back to get himself back into the tiebreaker, down a mini break, play a little conservatively. He took advantage of the moment.
Mark, can I answer that question now?
Be my guest.
5-1.
You know what I'm going to say. I mean, you said, who does it affect the most? No one knew. I didn't know. But what a couple of points we've seen from Daniil Medvedev.
He has been rolling the rock beautifully, hasn't he, Auger-Aliassime? But the first bit of sugar in the tank and the first bit of agony for Canadian fans.
He had Medvedev on a string there, running him from corner to corner. Couldn't have asked for a better opportunity on that short forehand. Maybe he could have asked for a better one.
Thank you. Two. Medvedev.
Loved about him. If there is anyone
6-2
that absolutely is happy being comfortable when being uncomfortable, it is Daniil Medvedev. He has pushed himself to the net again.
Absolutely, and that's what we talked about in the first set. He was so unwilling to do that. He was so tentative.
A titanic night on Tuesday here at Melbourne.
Auger-Aliassime means 2 sets to 1.
Set 3. Well, there was nothing between them, was there? Nothing between them at all until Medvedev managed to somehow get over the finishing line in that third set tiebreaker. And it's going to be fascinating to see whether he throws in any more serve and volleys or any more forays to the net, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. If he continues to make those plays as we go into the fourth set. Felix was tantalizingly close to closing that out in 3 sets. Love 30 on the Medvedev serve late in the set. Got to the breaker. It just wasn't quite as sharp. It was a little bit more of what we saw when he was trying to serve out the first set at 6-5. And the moment got the better of him.
He's excited. Russian flags flying high here in Melbourne. I've been here so long I lost a day. It's Wednesday, isn't it? Thought it was Tuesday.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh yeah, you can.
I figured you were right.
No, that's just add it to the unforced error column on my list. Well in double digits by this stage of the Australian summer. Well, the reset's going to be interesting here for Auger-Aliassime. And also just to see if Medvedev continue to play at that kind of level. He's invested a lot in the last 15 minutes, emotionally.
Yeah, the intensity at the end of that set, the score line, it creates a long period of urgency for both players there, and it's now that you're starting a new set, it's so easy to lose that sense of urgency and let your game fall off a little bit.
town.
Finally. We mentioned earlier, he's been looking for that. He's been looking for the forehand down the line as a finishing shot throughout the match, and he hadn't been able to execute on even one of them so far. This is the first one he's executed on. See if that leads to something, builds confidence for him.
Lack of first serve so far in this game as well from the Canadian. Absolute mayhem and magic.
Yeah, so Felix knew that he didn't get to that ball. It was a double bounce, I'm pretty sure, and that's what Felix thought, and he asked the umpire why he didn't call it. This one.
Did he ever call it, Fitz? The umpire never did call it, did he?
He called it?
He did.
Okay, Felix didn't hear it. No.
Clearly a double bounce, no doubt whatsoever.
What a volley from Auger-Aliassime.
Let. First service.
We couldn't see that it was a double bounce from up here. We thought Felix had actually finished that point on the volley.
What a volley after everything that he'd thrown into that rally as well. The velocity of shots, the loading, and then the softness of the hand. That was a test from Medvedev. Everything that's great about tennis on show again tonight here in Melbourne. Two wonderful tennis players, two top tenors battling it out for a place in the last four. The last place remaining, of course. Nadal, Berrettini in the top half of the draw on Friday, and then we've got Stefanos Tsitsipas, who's played the best tennis of his tournament so far today, making his move at the perfect time. And we've arguably witnessed almost three of the best hours that we've ever seen from Auger-Aliassime as well. Can't ask for more, but he still needs that one elusive set, does the 21-year-old.
Great stuff, though. That's what we saw. That's what we saw a lot more of through the first 8 games of the first set. That quality of ball striking. It was consistently Felix that was getting the better of the longer rallies.
Talked about it the other day about the players who like to use their backhands somewhat counterintuitively more than their forehands in the men's game. Of course, Medvedev, one of those, and he's continued that trend in this tournament. It's one of those moments where he actually wanders round his forehand to hit a backhand.
Yeah, he clearly drifted right on that last point, looking for a backhand, and then pulled it just a little bit wide.
I think one thing Daniil's been able to do in the last sort of 20-30 minutes has put the supposed bias in his mind towards his opponent, towards Aliassime. He's been able to put that in the back of his mind, and now he is fully invested. Wonderful return, but there was definitely negative body language about the whole situation earlier in the match, and now he's looking more normal from his perspective to me.
Well, I also feel like, Fitz, now that when he won that third set, as soon as he won the third set, the crowd is a little bit more split. They just want more tennis.
And honestly, why wouldn't you? If you love tennis, you're loving this.
One game.
Big shout out to the Melbourne crowd this year as well, of course. Some people, it's been a very, very difficult time. But they've come here, they've added so much to these contests. Going to always pick on the few that perhaps are a little bit overboard, but to be honest, the noise that they have created for the players out here has added to everything. It's all over the place. Which way is it now? 63% swing to Auger-Aliassime. Even after that third set, hasn't given Daniil a lot of chance to come back.
Guys, I'm out of superlatives. This is awesome, this hitting. And we can expect this to continue through the finish line, whenever that may be.
How big were they hitting the ball right there, Fitz? I mean, we can see it, but you're right there. You're on the court. It seemed massive.
He would have been hoping to get a jump on Auger-Aliassime at the start of this fourth. Doesn't look like it's going to transpire for him. There's enough encouragement right now, though, for Medvedev to do what he does best, to not have to do too much, I feel. Good length, good width to his hitting, allow Auger-Aliassime to perhaps pull the trigger.
Yeah, there's just been I mean, the ball striking is still at an incredibly high level. Felix is hitting the ball clean, but I think, Mark, you and I we're talking about it. We've been used to seeing him hit clean balls and miss by the tiniest of margins. And we're starting to see that a little bit.
2-1, Auger-Aliassime fourth.
To stop being really stupid and put the huge plans of Felix face just before my return. How stupid can he be, huh? Idiot.
Auger-Aliassime, 2 games to 1.
You need to be really no brain to do it. It's unbelievable.
He doesn't have a huge filter when he says what he thinks, Daniil. He's not wrong, though. The big screen is right up there when he's returning, and obviously the cutaway, and we've had some issues with that in the past. We had some issues at the US Open about that as well. Zverev had a big issue with it against Lloyd Harris just before he was about to serve for the first set against him at the Open on set point, and obviously Daniil got put off there.
Thank you. Time.
Medvedev, I think, just trying to pull the tag out of his new shirt there.
Yeah. I've seen him do that a few times this week. The first time I saw it, I was like, man, he's like wrestling with his shirt. And then you see him finally pull it out, and you're like, oh, I get it.
He was a little off put by the big jumbo screen here just before that return. The cutaway was of Felix Auger-Aliassime's face close up, and he said it put him off the return. Umpires try to sort that out as this man tries to re-establish his dominance in this contest. Do that if he can hit a couple more of those. Flush that down the line.
Love 30.
Quite as opportune as some of the moments that he served them in the opening set, but that is still pretty costly, and it puts him in a bit of a hole here.
It's a dangerous hole.
15-30.
It's not a massive hole right now, but it's a dangerous hole. Down 2 sets already. Do not want to drop serve at this point. His pace,
he's hitting through the court now, Brad. Sorry to interrupt, mate. He's hitting through the court now. He's getting more heat on his ground strokes, and he's penetrating more. It's becoming obvious, isn't it?
High caliber comeback in that game from Medvedev.
You guys wouldn't have a tea percolator up there by any chance, would you?
Are we back there again?
I think you're going to have to put the kettle on or something. This mightn't be finished for quite a while yet. Let's see.
Did you go back and check out that we were correct?
I have a simple kettle at my house, mate.
Fitzy, there's over 3,000 tees in the world, and there's a simple reason for that. It's because we like different things. We like diversity. We don't all like the same thing, and that's what is so great about Grand Slam tennis. So many different stories, so many different characters, so many different ways these players play the game. We have complementary opposites out here tonight. Front foot tennis from this man. Great reflexes and defenses from the man down the other end. Who will prevail? Love hold, 3-2 lead. Auger-Aliassime in the fourth.
Auger-Aliassime leads 3 games to 2.
Very impressive 3 holds of serve from the Canadian, having dropped that tight third set to come out here and look so good on his own serve. There's been no drop-off.
No, none at all. We spoke about that sense of urgency that the score creates at the end of the third set, and how it's easy to have a little bit of a letdown in the start of the fourth when you've got so much time now. In a way, you have that sense that you have odds. You lose that sense of urgency, and sometimes the game drops off, but it has not. And now the score is already starting to create that same sense of urgency. Every point starts to become significant. Medvedev down love 30 in the last game. You had a feeling like, man, if he dropped serve right there, he's going to be in some serious trouble.
Time.
Never get tired of looking back towards Melbourne Park. Obviously a real sporting mecca around these parts as well, but all eyes and focus, well, for me personally, on those beers, but for everyone else on this match in front of us. Frederic Fontaine, who's so ably guiding Felix Auger-Aliassime in the nascent stages of his career, still at 21 years old.
Nice play from Auger-Aliassime. Attacking forward, solid volley. You know, as the matches go on later here, we've done a few late ones, Petch. I do think the crowd gets a little rowdier.
I'm excited for that.
A few more of those beers go down. And same in New York.
It becomes more meaningful.
30-15.
Great swinging wide serve there from Medvedev. Short in the box on that one. That's the question mark. That ball right there is the question mark. The discussion that we had before. Is that missed because it's not quite as humid? Is it missed because the roof is now closed? Is the ball just flying that tiny bit more? Hard for us to know, hard for us to tell, but there are definitely a few more errors creeping into his game. I feel like that exact same ball in the first set was a good 6, 8, 10, 12 inches inside the baseline. And now it's 3 to 4 inches long.
Net, second service.
Clean living fits.
I know that feeling well.
Guy's got a percolator for sure.
And as the carapace of confidence starting just to crack somewhat for this man. The outer covering, he has looked as though he is destined to win. But how much are some of these unforced errors starting to erode that belief? That's what it means. Grand Slam tennis, that's what it means, especially when you followed this man's journey. Despite all of his success, and he's had loads of it top 10, there's still been rumours circulating under the surface about whether he has the temperament because of the losses in the 8 finals that he's been in.
He's so young. He's so good. Just wait. I mean, there's no chance that he's not going to win a title at some point. And when he finally does, and the floodgates open, who knows how many he's going to end up with.
As Truman Capote said, failure is the condiment that gives success its flavour, and it is going to be a sweet flavour when that day comes. Who knows? Maybe it's going to come in Melbourne for Auger-Aliassime. He's 4-3 up in the 4th. And arguably, you can say that this has been his best set of tennis, because when he came out, he started strong. Conditions seemed to suit him. Things have changed. The scoreboard's changed. Medvedev's into the match for the first time, and yet he has been resolute in the defense of his own serve in particular.
Yeah, I think you can, as you said earlier, I think so far it's been, for me, given the moment, given the situation, I think it's the best tennis match that I've seen Felix Auger-Aliassime play.
Time.
Well, they definitely picked up the email, that's for sure, as did that lady there. And it was a day for wide-brimmed hats as well. A hot, humid day here in Melbourne. And a day that has witnessed again just some superb competitive tennis. Danielle Collins playing beautifully earlier on. Iga Swiatek, longest match of her career coming through. Felix Auger-Aliassime playing the match of his life.
Medvedev still playing with greater aggression than he was earlier. And we also saw a little bit of did see on that first point a little bit of the weakness of his net game. Not his most comfortable position, which is one of the reasons that we talk about him putting himself in that position to be more uncomfortable and still being willing to come forward. He knows it's not the best position for him.
Won him the third set, though.
But he also knows that it puts pressure on the opponent.
13-15.
Changes their mindset. We've talked about guys in areas that they can improve. Medvedev still has areas he can improve. That's one of them. He's an adequate volleyer at the moment. Just think if he was an exceptional volleyer.
Medvedev. Four games on.
Levels up quickly. Been looking at Auger-Aliassime's serve on the first point of the game. He's been mixing up beautifully. There's no real read here for Medvedev. This is instinct. This is educated guesswork from the Russian, trying to look for where this first serve's going to come.
You've been out here a long time now. You've definitely gotten an education. You start to feel his patterns a little bit.
Bounce.
Guys, don't you think this highlights our unique scoring system in this sport? It is unique, and right at this moment, you know, you don't know how long this match is going to go for. There's no time frame, not an unlimited one anyway. And yeah, I just think this is anybody's match. It's balancing right on. It's really in the balance, isn't it? I mean, very much so. That win predictor, I don't know how it works, but what was it before? Mark, can you remind me? 17% chance for Medvedev after the third?
It was 7%.
7
after the second for Medvedev. And then it was...
Didn't it go down to 4?
At one point.
Gee.
The win predictor hasn't seen as much tennis as you have.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like this. It's lopsided here.
We're looking at it.
It's beautiful. It felt even at 3-2. We were discussing it. It felt like this had life left in it even at that stage. This is a big step for him to beat a guy like Medvedev on this court. Because he doesn't beat himself, the Russian.
Yeah, and that's why in the history of our sport, Mark, we rarely see lower ranked guys have a chance to win these majors. The nature of our sport is that the best player generally wins over 5 sets. It's very different over 3. It's a lot easier to shock a highly ranked player, a great player, over 3 sets, not over 5. It's exponentially harder.
Well, he chased perfection with the forehand when routine would have been more than good enough. He has missed that, not just by the margin you've seen outside the singles line, but where he should have been aiming, which is about 3 meters. and the doubts are seemingly creeping in. Can he push them to one side? It's break point. Medvedev.
What a response.
As was that.
Advantage, Auger-Aliassime.
Sensational sequence of serves from Auger-Aliassime, 5-4.
Auger-Aliassime leads 5 games to 4.
That was testament to his temperament right there. Great effort. I thought when he missed the forehand, he was going to be sitting down a breakdown.
That was courageous serving. Great execution on his part. Definitely held his nerve, stayed calm.
Remember, clear ice, cover your face. What is whereabouts unless you are 18 or older?
Time.
Well, we'd love to roll through the credits that are the underbelly of a great contest such as this. But it is always, for me, so much more than that. It is the memory, it's how these two are making us feel tonight. So much on the line. Tucked it wide. He was in a hurry to get on with it.
Love 15.
Back to hanging on every point now.
Brave.
15-0.
To be the shot of the night. The forehand down the line from the
17,
Russian,
15.
and it's all on the line for him.
The precision of that shot was off the charts.
Oh, the down the line shot coming up here, something to behold, but it might not be enough to escape. 30-all.
Please. Left, second service.
He's had just enough double faults tonight and on big points that this moment feels too tense.
This is not done.
Medvedev's turn to respond with a serve.
This is not over by a long shot. 2-13, his fastest serve of the night, out wide.
Did I hear earlier in the week that tennis needs to get more exciting? Are you kidding me?
Advantage, Medvedev.
Dropping pyrotechnics all over the court at the moment, both sides. First Auger-Aliassime, now Medvedev.
5 games on.
This has become a heavyweight battle. These guys are throwing punches at each other that are knockout blows left and right, and dodging some of them as well.
From fading hopes at match point down to soaring dreams still for Daniil Medvedev.
Who's got the crowd now, Fitz?
15.
I'm not sure, but I'm getting really fired up here. This is so good. Crowd now, he's won half of them over, I think.
He's playing them now. He's playing them.
Please.
Medvedev's eyes really lit up there. He wanted to finish the point with that forehand, but it continues at times, doesn't it, to give him trouble tonight. Big miss hit there.
He's read it.
He definitely did read it. What a get from that position.
13-15.
The slowness of Felix's play is adding to the tension right now. It's like between first and second serves, seems like an eternity waiting for the point to start. The tension is so high.
He's won such a high percentage of points serving to that Medvedev forehand, and he goes with that play when he needs it the most. Morning, Canada. Your #1 player is doing you proud.
Please.
Oh, it's dropped in. I thought we didn't have lines people here. Spectators getting massively involved on a Medvedev shot to the baseline, and all of a sudden Auger-Aliassime with a bit of a misjudgment.
He stopped in the point there. Watch him here. He's definitely could have gotten to that ball had he broken hard for it. Fitz, if he misses a first serve here, can you give us a drum roll in between the first and the second?
No, Brad, I can't, but my heart rate's up just watching this. The standard of this is super high. It's so impressive and competitive, and you take your hat off to these guys. The competitiveness, the fairness they're playing under, it's as good as it gets for me.
And the significance on what's on offer as well. A place in the last 4 of the Australian Open. Potential is still very much in the Russian's future as he breaks and will serve to take this quarterfinal to a 5th set.
Medvedev leads 6 games to 4.
What a mental giant he has become. He looked at times in his junior career, when you speak to people, like a tortured soul. He's worked hard with his sports psychologist. She was there in New York when he picked up his maiden title. And Gilles Savara, well, he deserves a lot of credit for the work that he's done with this man as well. He's one of the best competitors out there.
Time.
An Australian Open that just simply keeps giving. Match after match in both draws. Even in the doubles, of course, as well. We have Kyrgios and Kokkinakis making waves, making headlines. Medvedev to take us to a 5th set.
50-11. 13 love.
A single shot of spectacular excellence brings up 3 set points.
Out. 14-18.
Keeping the drama alive. That rather innocuous double fault at 40 love. He played that with a sense of confidence, but it could come back to haunt him. Felix celebrates like that, Petch. He is scary. I do not want to see that guy. No way.
We've seen it all.
Hey, not only is this the best tennis match I've seen this year at the Open, this is the best tennis match I've seen for, I don't know, half a decade, I think.
How quick was Medvedev to recover here?
Unbelievable. You see his lack of skill at the net in a way, and then instantaneously.
The entertainment keeps coming. To 5 sets we go.
2 sets.
We're all on the edge of our seats waiting for the win predictor.
It's melting in a room somewhere with all the other hard drives.
The algorithm doesn't know what to do anymore.
It's just been plugged into the world's biggest supercomputer to try and figure out what a conclusion to that 4 set. Just when you didn't think it could get any crazier, it just did. Well, maybe, just maybe, that alludes to the situation that Auger-Aliassime was in. He was up. To be honest, he's done very little wrong. No criticism of his performance at this stage at all. Daniil Medvedev has raised his game as well. Yes, there were a few more errors at times that just crept in that gave the encouragement for Medvedev to keep the ball in. But if he still didn't hit some of those shots down the line that we saw in the last 20 minutes, he'd be out of here.
I couldn't agree with you more, Petch. I think that forehand down the line, which was missing from his game for the first 2 sets, 2.5 sets maybe, has become a major factor in this match. He hasn't played it a ton, but he's played it enough to keep Felix off balance, having to look for it now.
He came out of nowhere. He was like a ghost in the Melbourne night. Look at John Fitzgerald at the back there. Look at that reaction. We love it. Talk about being invested in a match. And John has not only played in some of the greatest matches of all time, but he's watching one tonight as well. These nights don't happen all the time. They are rare, but when they do, they are special.
I think when you're not in the league of these guys and you know it, you appreciate how good they really are. This is something special, Petch, and hey, this is just an honour to sit here and watch it. If you think this is not entertaining, if you think this tennis doesn't get you out of your chair, you don't know what you're talking about.
And there he is, Gilles Savara. There's a lovely African proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And these two have gone far together ever since Daniil decided to go to the south of France. His sister was there. He hooked up with Gilles Savara, the academy, and they've had their ups and downs. But just like any good marriage, find somebody that's going to love you at your worst. And Gilles Savara has done that with Daniil Medvedev, and they have forged a partnership that has become perfect. It has created one of the world's best players and one of the most tenacious when it comes to competing, and that is what Auger-Aliassime has tried to try and get past tonight here, Brad. Now,
I mean, the mental battle now becomes such an enormous aspect for Felix. To have been on the edge of victory in the third set, in the fourth set, and not to have been able to get over the line. If he can come out and continue to produce the kind of tennis that he has, obviously this is going to stay competitive.
well, if you weren't with us earlier, and if you're just pouring a little maple syrup over your breakfast in Canada as you watch this one, let's just take you back to see some of the finest moments of that fourth set. There was some absolutely breathtaking hitting, some unbelievable defense from both players, some chances on both sides of the net in the fourth as well. But it is Medvedev who's captured it. And if you weren't with us earlier, the last time Medvedev found himself down 2 sets to love was at Wimbledon against Marin Cilic, and he came back to win. And Auger-Aliassime has found himself 2 sets to love up 11 times in his career, and just the once as he lost from that position, but that was in Australia against Aslan Karatsev last year. Will that be playing on his mind? There's so many things that potentially could be cascading through these players' brains right now, and somehow they got to sift it all out and concentrate on the point in hand. Fitzy, you were saying yesterday how difficult it is, though, to come back from 2 sets to love down.
I remember my old Davis Cup captain, Neil Fraser, always used to say that, you know, Davis Cup used to be over 5 sets, Petch. That's why it's so different now, and in my opinion, not in the same league. The 5 sets, home and away, it was awesome, and we used to do our best to not live up to this standard, but we'd play our best tennis that we could. And Fraser always used to say, if you
Final set.
if you lead 2 sets to love and a guy comes back against you, remember how hard it is to win 3 straight sets. But tonight, I just have the feeling it might happen. I have no favourite here. I'm loving both of these players, but is the writing on the wall for a big 5-set comeback?
And can be a career-defining night as well, Brad.
Absolutely. If Felix can get over this hump, it could propel him to absolute greatness. If he falls short, this could sting him and hurt him for quite a long time.
I get the feeling the greatness is coming anyway, Brad, but yeah, I think if he can, this could be a defining moment in his young career, and if he wins this, look out in the near future. If he doesn't win it, maybe it might take a bit longer. You're right.
The one-hander.
Hang on, we said this couldn't get any better.
That's a shot we hadn't seen. We just there's more to come.
This has gone from awesome to just a complete joke.
This is a wow. What can you say about that shot from that position?
First game, final set.
And a routine hole to love. Nothing routine though, is it, with the pressure that's on every single priceless point.
Petch, I think, you know, winning and losing is one thing. It really is, and it's most of the time what drives you during a match. You want to win badly, as we see that win protector. Did I say protector or do I mean predictor?
I thought you said wind protector.
I don't need any of that. We're indoors. But you know, you want to win so badly. It's normally the driving force. But to be involved in a match like this for both of these players, this is going to be memorable, win or lose. They must be just having a ball playing at this level.
As we often are, I'm a little surprised by the win predictor, though. That still has Felix at the start of this fifth set as the favorite, which I would question now at the start of the fifth set.
Left for service.
The standard is not falling off. I'll tell you one thing that's exceptional right now is that we are 3 hours and 50 minutes into this match. The movement, the physicality that we've seen throughout the entirety of the match, but especially in the third, fourth, and now start of the fifth. You have to wonder if at some point in this fifth set, the physical demands of the match start to become a factor for one guy or another, or both.
He's catching the return beautifully here, though, Auger-Aliassime. Look at the joy he is bringing to the fans, and why not with shots like this? Sumptuous backhand. Pierces the defense of the Russian. A couple of break points. And there's that forehand down the line, savior from Medvedev.
30-14.
Couple of quick adjustment steps got him in a good position to hit it.
That was not an easy ball as it came off the tape. I thought he was a little close to the ball as he set up. Opportunities lost.
I'm not convinced that running around there was the right play. He's been very effective with discipline, driving his backhand cross-court, starting rallies. It was a very different tempo to the return that he tried to implement there on the break point.
the return. You know, you have to wonder if they're within the chess match, if Medvedev is recognizing he kind of left the second serve on break point there tantalizingly in the middle of the court. Felix has been very, very solid on that backhand return cross court. He's been very disciplined cross court on the return.
Not a person in the stadium expected Medvedev to miss that.
Calm, confident, committed, a little crazy.
Let first service. Please.
Would have been the fastest serve of the night.
What a second. That was a very aggressive second out wide to the forehand.
One game on.
You know what I have to say, Petch? Just looking at the scene here, I love the electronic line calling system, because our sport has always been a mano-a-mano battle between two competitors. But I love the fact that without the lines people on the court, it even seems like more of an individual contest between these two competitors.
Just his third, but an immediate lift to his opponent, having had to face down break points. I think when he looks back at this match, Medvedev is going to cover that serve a little more often when he plays Auger-Aliassime again.
I'm not sure how you guys feel, but when you go to hit a volley like this, I always felt it was better not to. It was more risky in those tense situations to brush the strings too far across the ball. It was easier, I thought, just to get the racket face fully behind the ball. That was a tense volley and a difficult one under pressure.
First two shots of that rally from Medvedev were absolutely exceptional. The chip return and then the energy and effort he put to get out to the wide forehand, drill it back to neutralize the play was magnificent. Chances coming thick and fast at the start of this decider.
Last second serve on this side of the court went right to the middle of the box after the double fault.
The double faults come back and haunt Felix Auger-Aliassime just before midnight and on the stroke of 4 hours.
And did you see the ultimate competitor jog to the chair?
I love that, Fitz.
Right in the vision of his opponent.
I love that.
As if to say, I'm still here, buddy. And now I've got a break on you. What a match this is.
And what a competitor this man is as well. He was outplayed for a long, long time in this match. Wasn't that he didn't turn up. He may have had a couple of shots that weren't firing with the same reliability as we've seen in the past. But Auger-Aliassime was playing the sort of tennis that we haven't seen him play that often in his career, if ever.
That's as emotive as you see Gilles Savara. He was fired up right there.
Medvedev with the advantage. Auger-Aliassime now the one that's going to have to try and find a way to scramble from behind. A disappointing loss of his serve as well in his own mind with the double faults.
Double faults cost Medvedev the first set. Two double faults in that game may cost Felix the fifth.
And this is really the first time in the match Medvedev has been ahead. He's been coming from behind for nearly 4 hours. So imagine what he's thinking right now and how enthused he is at this moment.
It's not easy to chase the score when you're as offensive-minded player as Auger-Aliassime as well.
That point, Medvedev often looks a bit angry.
Brad, sorry to
dare I
interrupt.
say, unathletic. He looked as athletic as you can be on that move.
Yeah, Brad, I think they're calling for the trainer. I think you saw something, and I've got a feeling he's got an issue with his left calf, maybe. He's covered an awful lot of territory. I think they called the trainer.
Who asked for the trainer if it's...
Felix.
Okay.
15-11.
So good to see the kids here still this late, isn't it? These two, of course, love their tennis from a very young age. Before school, after school, eventually for both of them, it was instead of school. This man's mum wanted him to go to university, but such was his skill and prowess at such a young age, that was not in his future. Murderous from Medvedev off the forehand side, and he is definitely finding inroads now consistently. We're not entirely sure what's wrong with Auger-Aliassime, but the Canadian, you feel, needs a big serve to get himself to the safety of the changeover. Because Medvedev is hunting him down again.
Stride at the exact same moment that Felix is hitting the wall.
Yeah, he wants to run over the top of him here, doesn't he?
Really well thought out from Auger-Aliassime there. He's got to somehow kind of keep the point short with whatever difficulty he's got. And he goes to the serve and volley play that has worked well for him. Momentous hold. Mammoth effort from Auger-Aliassime under the circumstances. Medvedev with the break though, 3-2. Let's try and listen in here. Trainer doctor out for Auger-Aliassime, and if it wasn't hard enough to get past the world #2 and the current US Open champion, he now has this to contend with as well. I mean, it's hard to tell what this is. We didn't see him twist his ankle, maybe a tendon, just a little sore. He's played a lot of tennis, obviously, to get through to this stage, which is, again, arguably why you want a few more clean kills in the first week to get yourself to this stage without the potential for this. And this guy's going to make you work physically every time you play. Obviously, this has gone to the nth degree tonight.
When he took his socks off, he had double socks on, and he was already taped up. The ankle was taped, so I would have to believe that this was something that he knew about and felt prior to the match. Maybe he tweaked his ankle a little bit in a previous match or in practice or something, but it's obviously started through the duration of this match. It started getting worse. The trainer right now is just re-taping it over the tape the way you would normally tape an ankle.
That's going to feel pretty tight in his shoe when he puts it back on.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going tape over the tape that's already there. It's gonna be big. Some heel locks. My care and prevention of athletic injuries class in college. No, I could tape an ankle, Mark, just in case you need one.
It's good to know. Unfortunately, I'm not that energetic these days that I'm probably going to ever twist my ankle anymore. Frederick Fontaine will be looking on. He'll know that that was an existing issue, and that's probably a good thing from everyone's point of view, that it is something that was already there rather than something that he's picked up over the course of this wonderful 4 hours and 12-minute adventure that we've been on here.
Yeah, much better that he already had the tape on than something, cramps or another issue that had cropped up during the course of the match.
And what an adventure it's been. Yes, if you love something this much, it's probably going to break your heart a few times, but still rather than this than routine, because that can be lethal. This has been anything but routine. It surpassed everybody's expectations. Midnight madness in Melbourne. Devastatingly efficient from the Russian.
Medvedev leads 4-game
Felix.
It's a match
Right.
like this that can win you a Grand Slam, isn't it? I mean, something this dramatic, winning from nowhere. I mean, this might be, if he can go on and win the Australian Open, then on Medvedev, let's not get ahead of ourselves. If he wins this and then goes on to win, he'll think of this match forever.
Felix now asking himself questions, asking his box questions before, just looking a little bit more distraught mentally, emotionally. And Medvedev just there all the time, almost getting better. Is it possible that he could be getting better at this point in the match?
Well, you posed the question when the rain came, when the roof was shut, when Fitzy picked up the fact the humidity dropped, it got cooler. Did the ball get through the air quicker? We're seeing no forehand winners from Auger-Aliassime in this set right now. They were continuous throughout the first set. They've dried up.
Fantastically structured point from Felix.
Let for service.
Because if you can't hurt the Russian, he will be relentless. Appropriately aggressive all the time at the moment, Medvedev.
The execution on that forehand line again, setting the point up there. We talked about it before. That shot, not as a winner, but just doing damage, has made an enormous difference.
14-13.
That was going to be trouble if it had landed in. Felix came in thinking he was going to take it out of the air and then decided to let it go. Good decision in the end.
He's made a lot of those tonight. Unorthodox, but highly effective.
This also, if we go back to the beginning of the match, I commented at the beginning of the match, late in the first set, about how, unlike Medvedev, usually he wasn't able to push these games and get to deuces, back to adds, back to deuces. Felix was closing him out in those games consistently, even the 30-alls. Medvedev making him work for every point now.
Auger-Aliassime hangs on, gives himself a chance still in this fifth set. So much about that last game about attitude, and his was spot on. Some of this, though, is out of his hands now.
Emirates is celebrating 25 years here in Australia.
That was an absolute must-hold game. But now he has just as big a problem, if not bigger. How do you break?
We'll send you your one on the big screen. You can share it with the world.
Calmness at the back of your picture, a lot of motion at the front, searching, trying to figure out what he can do to rescue this moment.
Time.
Well, an atmosphere of charged significance in the stadium, and it's been like that all the way through this encounter. It started at a breakneck pace and has never relented. The tranquility, the solitude of the changeover was there for Felix Auger-Aliassime to perhaps try and piece together a solution to the puzzle that is becoming the Medvedev serve. Struggling to take points off it in this fifth set.
He's lost his physicality a couple of points, hasn't he? Like 2, 3, 4%. He's not quite as quick as he was, I think, in the first 3.5 sets.
He knew it. The moment it left his strings, it was going to be good. No better feeling than that. Shot. How was he hit a winner from there?
14-13.
This ball, the offside, how short the follow through was, just to create the rotation on the ball. There. His turn to extend the game. See if he can find a way. Look for a break point. Give himself a chance.
Please. Thank you.
Double faults have come at incredibly untimely moments.
And how he is regrouped.
Amazing. And the double faults have been a major factor from both sides.
Isn't it amazing also, Brad, that yes, he served double faults at untimely moments, but on the match point down and on that break point there, he finds a way, doesn't he? He finds a way to come up with the big one at the right moment, the most important moments. They're warriors, though. Crowd's still into this.
As they should be. Felix again, just able to extend the game. Absolute story of the late parts of this match. Great ball striking, great moving, great shot selection from Felix, and at the end, just missing by the smallest of margins. We talked about it a few times. Is it the change in the temperature, closing of the roof? He wasn't missing like that in the first sets.
He captures the service game after another titanic battle. And if there have been some significant serves he's missed, he's more than made up with some vital volleys. Still, they thrill us.
The quality is still off the charts. Felix had even thought about it.
Did anyone else notice how fast he was?
He was fast because he left before Felix ever made contact, Fitz.
Yeah, but he was just rocking in that 4 hours, 32-minute mark. He seemed as quick as he was in almost the first set. But yeah, he read it. It wasn't a perfect drop shot, that's for sure.
Felix on the wide forehand.
14-13.
Talk about moving.
And he has certainly fought valiantly, has Auger-Aliassime, to make sure that Medvedev hasn't had an uncontested ownership of this set. It has been so close still. take so much pride from this performance, regardless of the outcome, because his performance has brought the best out of Medvedev. As this match has gone on, the Russian has got better and better. And he's producing.
He's had to.
Yep.
We would have been home a long time ago had he not.
Beautifully unexpected again from Auger-Aliassime, and yet an inevitability about the outcome once he decided to serve and volley, just as it's been all night.
That he is willing to work that hard at this point in the match, up a break, is incredibly impressive. Just not willing to give anything away.
What an achievement, what an effort. The result he needed.
5 games to 4.
And now he has one final chance to break Medvedev. 4-5, Auger-Aliassime trails, 5th set. Daniil brings the drama, doesn't he? At times early on in his career, he could be frequently unreasonable out on the court, but he's got himself together over the last couple of years, and he has produced performance after performance of this type of reliability. And he is living proof that you need to be in this optimum mindset to be able to get through against these players. Didn't have it all his own way in his last service game as well.
Time.
You know, Petch, the word epic gets thrown around all the time. It became very popular in the vernacular of young people. Everything was epic. Everything they did was epic. 3 out of 5 set tennis in Grand Slams is truly epic. This is an epic tennis match.
And it's not done yet.
What a start.
Did you see this coming, Fitzy?
Well, like everything else in this match, you just never know. There were no guarantees to serve this out. You expected Medvedev to, yeah, but this is not beyond the realms of possibility. If this is the last game of this match, I can go to bed tonight knowing I did see an epic. Thank you, Brad.
That's the one that's helped him so much through the late portions of this match. Not able to find the target on one of the biggest points. What courage to go right back to it.
13-14. Thank you.
From the rhythmic violence of the previous point that he needed to do to keep Auger-Aliassime at bay, to the calmness he possessed there. Also a champion with so much about him. From the edge of the abyss down match point, he finds himself so close to the sanctuary of a place in the semi-finals.
Please.
Medvedev masters Auger-Aliassime, got midnight in Melbourne, and the Russian is back in the last four.
Unbelievable match. Unbelievable effort by Daniil Medvedev.
Victorious. Scarcely believable the way that Auger-Aliassime played for the majority of that match. Another painful loss here in Melbourne, and the pain of defeat doesn't discriminate. Whether you're a superstar, a Grand Slam champion, that was something that Medvedev did not want to feel tonight. But unfortunately, it is a fate that has befallen Auger-Aliassime here. He will be back, and I have no doubt in my mind that his name will be on the left of your picture down the walk of champions at some stage. He is still just 21 years of age, but it is the Russian who is looking to do something that no one has done in the Open era on the men's side, and that is to go on to win a second major after they have won their first straight away. What an evening, Brad. What an evening, Fitzy. What a morning, more so.
Yeah, there's some exhaustion just from watching here, Petch, and that was memorable. I'll never forget that match. You know, the great matches you have the privilege to watch as a tennis fan and someone who's been in the industry, they stay with you, and this is one of a handful, probably. Maybe two handfuls, but, oh, it's been a long time since I've seen one this good.
I mean, it had everything. It had a Grand Slam champion under pressure. He was second fiddle for large portions of the opening 2.5 sets. He was being outplayed. He had to think, he had to fight, he had to execute, and he did. Here's with Jim Courier. And he's won the crowd over as well.
You and Felix both deserve that applause. That will probably go down as one of the best matches of this entire season, so congratulations first and foremost. About 1 hour and 15 minutes ago, you were down match point. How did you escape, and how did you turn this match around and stand here as a winner?
I have no idea. I mean, talking about the match point, I managed to serve well. If it would be second serve, we never know what would happen. We talk about all the match. I mean, you know, it's funny, this Lacoste bag, I come usually with a lot of clothes, like just in case, you know, 6 t-shirts, 3 shoes, whatever. It's full, it's tough to even zip it. Now it's empty. So that's how this match was.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. You're down 2 sets to love. You've only come back from 2 sets to love in your career before this one time at Wimbledon last year. You remember, of course. What goes through your mind at 2 sets to love, and what tactical changes, if any, did you feel like you needed to make?
Tough to say also, because I was not playing my best, and Felix was playing unbelievable, serving unbelievable. He was, you know, he was all over me, to be honest, all over the place. I didn't really know what to do, so I was like, actually, yeah, I don't know if people are going to like it, but I told myself what Novak would do.
The old, what would Novak do play?
And you know, what came to my mind was that, because he's one of the greatest champions, or Rafa or Roger, to be honest. They won so many matches like this. And I just thought, okay, I'm going to make him work. If he wants to win it, he needs to, you know, fight till the last point. Even if it's 5-0, 40-love for him, I'm going to try to make him tired for the next match, you know, just, you know, fight till the last point. And it worked. I managed to raise my level during the game, especially in the tiebreak. Actually, what's funny, when they closed the roof, I suddenly felt the momentum change in my game. I felt that I could go through the court more, serve better, and yeah, just started playing better.
Yeah. Well, the roof also changes the temperature in here, gets a little bit cooler, right? And you had a pretty taxing 4th round match out in the sun on Margaret Court Arena. Was that something that you were relieved that the roof was closed?
Yeah, first set in the tiebreak, I was sweating like hell, and I actually made a few double faults just because my hand was slippery. Really slippery, and I just couldn't kick it, and I was really disappointed with myself, because I was like, what can I do better? You know, I tried to change the wristband, something like this. So I think the roof definitely helped me to just yeah, be less sweaty.
And where are we physically now? There's more to come. You're into the semifinals. You've spent quite a bit of energy. Where are your levels? How's the recovery going to look here the next day? Because the semis is Friday night.
It's a semi-final of a Grand Slam, so even if I'm in the worst shape of my life, I'm going to fight my best and try to make it tough on my opponent.
Okay. Last one. And we'll let you get going on your recovery. It's a rematch of last year's semi-final here, you versus Stefanos Tsitsipas. He played brilliantly today to book his spot. What are you looking forward to in that contest on Friday with him?
Yeah, Stefanos is a tough player. We had a lot of matches already. A lot of tough ones, few of them I won, few of them he won, and last year I managed to play pretty well. So I just hope that I'm gonna serve well and show my best tennis, and that's how we can have a good match.
Well, you showed us a lot tonight. Great tennis, great guts, great mind, and this, my friends, is a Grand Slam champion. He showed you why. Daniil Medvedev into the semis.
Men's tennis is in very, very good hands. Not only is he a wonderful tennis player, he is one of the great fighters, as we've already seen in this stage of his career. And he's also a fantastic closer when the opportunity presents itself. And finally, he is also very, very eloquent. Men's tennis is lucky to have him. He's also got a decent sense of humor. I'm sure he's a little more tired than he's saying there. Stefanos Tsitsipas against Daniil Medvedev on Friday. Rafael Nadal against Matteo Berrettini. It is a wonderful lineup, and the Russian produced his fastest serve, his most important serve when it mattered the most, when he was down match point. Look at that. 182 points each. It's a funny old game. Felix Auger-Aliassime's first 2 matches, he actually lost more points than he won in his opening 2 matches, but scrambled through. He just couldn't win the one important one tonight. Medvedev just managing to keep him at bay. It was honestly the best match that I've seen Auger-Aliassime play. The future has always been bright for him, but it will be even brighter after a contest like that has showed him what he's capable of doing against one of the great players out there on the tour. Medvedev mentally was majestic, and there was an awful lot of running in there. You can see Auger-Aliassime almost 3 Ks of sprints tonight, and almost double the number of those 5.5-meter sprints. Loading up on the ground, Medvedev just a little bit more. The Canadian gave it absolutely everything that he had. He just didn't have enough. But a quarterfinal that started at 7:30 tonight in Melbourne finishes at gone midnight 30. And the desire, the determination of Daniil is etched in everyone's memory here in Australia. He wins in 5, and we'll see him again on Friday.